Right, we've now got audio, I think. Yeah, we're back on audio.
Right.
Hang on a sec, let me... audio, I think. Yeah, we're back on audio.
Right.
Hang on a sec, let me... Is he phoning you?
Yeah.
Do you just try phoning him?
No, I just messaged him.
Have I been swearing like that?
They heard one. No, just no at all. So let's get back organised.
Right, let me... Is that stream still running? Right, can we just test that?
Yeah, what? Which one? The advert that I just...
The advert, yeah, please.
Which one?
It's the bottom... no, that top one.
This one here?
Yeah.
What
Play that. Just hit play.
Just
Please, thank you.
What,
So,
do you not want me to...
you won't even see it. I'm just going to test the audio. Oh, actually, we can't because it's an advert still playing. Oh, wait, that should give me the test then. Where's that? Where are our voices coming from? It's a mic.
Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe full of meaning. I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in the bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe Barcelona. I knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe to Barcelona. I knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me.
Good morning and welcome to this Catalonia workshop. Again, if you couldn't hear me earlier, I really apologize. There were some minor technical issues that are going to be fixed soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to give you some technical details that you might find useful throughout the day. Don't forget that Chrome is the preferred browser, and also there is a live chat button on the right hand side of your screen that you can use to interact with us at all times, anytime, for any technical or non-technical related issues that you may have along the day. Remember, appointments have been matched based on both the preferences of buyers and suppliers. And also on the left hand side of your screen you will have a countdown timer. It's very important that you keep an eye on that, because when you finish your meeting you will be tuning to the next one automatically without any pause. And then once you finish your meeting you will have access to the company's email information so that you can keep in contact with whoever you have met just then. There are a couple of seminars or webinars at the end of the morning session. One is called Smart Destination Data, Technology and Innovation, where we explore with very interesting panelists the situation and the usage of data and how to maximize the use of it for the future, now that we're in the middle of this crisis, and we need to have the appropriate resources to come out of this as well as possible. The second seminar webinar will be European Tourism 2021, Demand in North America, another very interesting one that will be hosted by our CEO, Tom Jenkins. Both webinars can be watched via this platform, so you don't really have to change channel, sort of, to see it. As far as the day goes, I mean, we've done another events online already, forced by the circumstances, and I have to say they've been very successful. People have been very happy with the quality of the meetings, and in a way, I mean, those of you that know me, I much prefer the physical contact, the in-person contact. Obviously, I'd say all of us prefer that, but since we can't, we are trying to maximize the possibilities and the resources once again, and it seems to be working well. I really wish you a very good day, and I really hope that the contacts you make and the business you carry out will be as much as usual as possible, in the sense that life goes on, and so does the tourism industry. For those of you that are not familiar with ETOA, with us, let me tell you that through our webpage you have a lot of resources for associates that can help you navigate through this crisis. We, for instance, have a coronavirus hub where we've gathered and still are gathering all the available information throughout the continent for our tour operators and suppliers to be able to have access to directives, policies, changes, measures taken in different countries, even different regions. As we've seen in this second wave, almost each region has different measures taken or in place. And even though 2020 will not be remembered as a great tourism year, we are very optimistic about the future, and the future is now 2021. This workshop can help in a region like Catalonia that is so tremendously affected by the crisis, because there is a lot of tourism going to this wonderful region year after year, week after week. So we really hope that one way or the other this workshop will help, even if it is in a minimum scale, to improve things. I wish you all the best, and we will be in touch. Anything you need, you have us here. Remember the little live button on the right, and we'll be right there. Thanks, and have a nice day.
Trying to fulfill my dreams, looking for answers, a landscape full of meaning. I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona. cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in the bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona. Or maybe she found me. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona. Or maybe she found me.
Good morning and welcome to this Catalonia workshop. Again, if you couldn't hear me earlier, I really apologize. There were some minor technical issues that are going to be fixed soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to give you some technical details that you might find useful throughout the day. Don't forget that Chrome is the preferred browser, and also there is a live chat button on the right hand side of your screen that you can use to interact with us at all times, anytime, for any technical or non-technical related issues that you may have along the day. Remember, appointments have been matched based on both the preferences of buyers and suppliers. And also on the left hand side of your screen you will have a countdown timer. It's very important that you keep an eye on that, because when you finish your meeting you will be tuning to the next one automatically without any pause. And then once you finish your meeting you will have access to the company's email information so that you can keep in contact with whoever you have met just then. There are a couple of seminars or webinars at the end of the morning session. One is called Smart Destination Data, Technology and Innovation, where we explore with very interesting panelists the situation and the usage of data and how to maximize the use of it for the future, now that we're in the middle of this crisis and we need to have the appropriate resources to come out of this as well as possible. The second seminar webinar will be European Tourism 2021, Demand in North America, another very interesting one that will be hosted by our CEO, Tom Jenkins. Both webinars can be watched via this platform, so you don't really have to change channel sort of to see it. As far as the day goes, I mean, we've done another events online already, forced by the circumstances, and I have to say they've been very successful. People have been very happy with the quality of the meetings, and in a way, I mean, those of you that know me, I much prefer the physical contact, the in-person contact. Obviously, I'd say all of us prefer that, but since we can't, we are trying to maximize the possibilities and the resources once again, and it seems to be working well. I really wish you a very good day, and I really hope that the contacts you make and the business you carry out will be as much as usual as possible, in the sense that life goes on and so does the tourism industry. For those of you that are not familiar with ETOA, with us, let me tell you that through our webpage you have a lot of resources for associates that can help you navigate through this crisis. We, for instance, have a coronavirus hub where we've gathered and still are gathering all the available information throughout the continent for our tour operators and suppliers to be able to have access to directives, policies, changes, measures taken in different countries, even different regions. As we've seen in this second wave, almost each region has different measures taken or in place. And even though 2020 will not be remembered as a great tourism year, we are very optimistic about the future, and the future is now 2021. These workshops can help in a region like Catalonia that is so tremendously affected by the crisis, because there is a lot of tourism going to this wonderful region year after year, week after week. So we really hope that one way or the other this workshop will help, even if it is in a minimum scale, to improve things. I wish you all the best, and we will be in touch. Anything you need, you have us here. Remember the little live button on the right, and we'll be right there. Thanks, and have a nice day.
Trying to fulfill my dreams, looking for answers, a landscape full of meaning. I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found different cultures and creative lives, a community built with smile and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this way.
Good morning and welcome to this Catalonia workshop. Again, if you couldn't hear me earlier, I really apologize. There were some minor technical issues that are going to be fixed soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to give you some technical details that you might find useful throughout the day. Don't forget that Chrome is the preferred browser, and also there is a live chat button on the right hand side of your screen that you can use to interact with us at all times, anytime, for any technical or non-technical related issues that you may have along the day. Remember, appointments have been matched based on both the preferences of buyers and suppliers. And also on the left hand side of your screen you will have a countdown timer. It's very important that you keep an eye on that, because when you finish your meeting you will be tuning to the next one automatically without any pause. And then once you finish your meeting you will have access to the company's email information so that you can keep in contact with whoever you have met just then. There are a couple of seminars or webinars at the end of the morning session. One is called Smart Destination Data, Technology and Innovation, where we explore with very interesting panelists the situation and the usage of data and how to maximize the use of it for the future, now that we're in the middle of this crisis and we need to have the appropriate resources to come out of this as well as possible. The second seminar webinar will be European Tourism 2021, Demand in North America, another very interesting one that will be hosted by our CEO, Tom Jenkins. Both webinars can be watched via this platform, so you don't really have to change channel sort of to see it. As far as the day goes, I mean, we've done another events online already, forced by the circumstances, and I have to say they've been very successful. People have been very happy with the quality of the meetings, and in a way, I mean, those of you that know me, I much prefer the physical contact, the in-person contact. Obviously, I'd say all of us prefer that, but since we can't, we are trying to maximize the possibilities and the resources once again, and it seems to be working well. I really wish you a very good day, and I really hope that the contacts you make and the business you carry out will be as much as usual as possible, in the sense that life goes on and so does the tourism industry. For those of you that are not familiar with ETOA, with us, let me tell you that through our webpage you have a lot of resources for associates that can help you navigate through this crisis. We, for instance, have a coronavirus hub where we've gathered and still are gathering all the available information throughout the continent for our tour operators and suppliers to be able to have access to directives, policies, changes, measures taken in different countries, even different regions. As we've seen in this second wave, almost each region has different measures taken or in place. And even though 2020 will not be remembered as a great tourism year, we are very optimistic about the future, and the future is now 2021. This workshop can help in a region like Catalonia that is so tremendously affected by the crisis, because there is a lot of tourism going to this wonderful region year after year, week after week. So we really hope that one way or the other this workshop will help, even if it is in a minimum scale, to improve things. I wish you all the best, and we will be in touch. Anything you need, you have us here. Remember the little live button on the right, and we'll be right there. Thanks, and have a nice day. Looking, booking, and travel patterns constantly change. What tools do destinations have to respond? From planning horizons to leisure business mix, visitor spending power, and choice of destination, real-time data is essential to inform decisions, adapt the strategy, and measure change. In this webinar, we see the latest numbers showing demand for travel, revealing new trends in behavior across visitor types. Taking the broader view, what support does innovation in tourism need? While over-tourism is a distant memory, flow management apps have been repurposed to help visitors identify less busy places. Public-private collaboration can drive creative change. Catalonia's support of multi-sectoral tech clusters could help. Safe travel is a multidisciplinary challenge. A major summit scheduled for Seville will focus on innovation. Hosted by Jorge Traver and Rachel Reed from ETOA, in this expert discussion, we're joined by 3 panelists to focus on the fast-changing environment for tourism. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to see you all here at this Catalonia workshop, and we hope you are having a great experience. We are here actually to bring you some content that could be useful for all of you attendees, and that we also find extremely interesting in the time being. I have here alongside with me Rachel Reed, Head of Communications from ETOA, so she's a colleague of mine. We have Sara Pastor, MD Destinations Europe in Adara. We have Edgar Bellegar, which is the Vice President of TIS, the Tourism Innovation Summit. And we have Ana Monjo, who is responsible for the IT tourism cluster, and I believe works for the Generalitat. So out of interest, we have 3 people physically in Barcelona, 1 in London, and myself, Jorge Traver. I'm the country representative for ETOA in Madrid. As I said, we are extremely affected, obviously, as an industry by the COVID-19 crisis. And that has given us a reason to actually do this panel, which, as I said at the beginning, we strongly think that could be of interest in planning our strategies towards the future. What we're going to do first is give the word to Sara Pastor, because she's working on a presentation called COVID-19 Travel Impact Analysis, I believe, Sara. And yes. Once we listen to Sara, we will go on to a lively discussion and see what we can gather out of this morning. If you're seeing us in the afternoon, that's good as well. Sara, you can then, let me change presenter, and the word is yours.
Many thanks, Jorge, and thanks for inviting me. Good morning, everyone. Bon dia. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. What I'll do is I'm going to go through some European trends that we've analyzed since the beginning of the year, just for you to have an idea of what has happened in terms of numbers and the impact of the travel industry, but also as well the forecast and what we are seeing that is happening in the next months. So to start with, how we have been traveling. So it's interesting. We always like to see not only like how travelers in general have organized their trips, but also there is a huge difference between business traveler and leisure traveler. What you're seeing here in the left-hand side, it's the business air bookings proportion versus the leisure on the right. And it's interesting because if we look at the pre-COVID period, usually 40% of the travel bookings from air was done in the next 15 days, which is pretty normal for business. And everything that was 91 days, it was 24. But look at how these proportions and these percentages have evolved through the COVID. When we were actually in the lockdown, that was 70%. Because obviously, if you think about it, the most of the trips, it was kind of like a must. Most of the non-necessary trips or things that they were not urgent, they were pushed to later on. And now, right now, there's still 55% of the trips that they are happening now. It's from 0 to 15 days for business traveler. When we compare to the leisure, it's interesting because leisure travelers, they were more like long planners. Most of the percentage was 91 days from the moment they booked to the moment they arrived. But look at how we are now. Almost like 60% of the total of air flight bookings that they are happening in July and August. They are happening within 15-30 days. So, and we will see in the next slides, all that it's last minute traveler has grown a lot because of the situation that we are living. And when we look a little bit deep down and we compare, this is the total bookings happening in August, this last August, and we compare it into different types of travelers. Obviously, usually we had already the spontaneous travelers who used to book from 0 to 30 days max. Then we had the short-term planner that were booking around from 30 to 60 days. And then we had the long-term planner. So no surprise here, when we look at the spontaneous traveler, 99% of the total bookings that we saw in August, they were from 0 to 15 days. So very last minute. But what it's interesting to see, it's how the behavior from the people that were not used to booking last minute and they were more like mid-long-term planners, how the last booking percentage has grown. So that means that more and more the travelers, they are changing their behavior, they are adapting to the situation, and they are taking last minute decisions. And this is very important whenever we think about our communications to the travelers and to reactivate tourism. It's important to understand how these travelers are planning. So this was the how. Now is who is actually traveling now. We have data, I haven't mentioned it before, but we have data from working with meta searches, OTAs, GDSs, hotel chains, airlines, etc. And what we have created, it's a travel value score. So the same way that whenever you go to a bank to get a mortgage or a credit card and the bank, they do the scoring, we are doing the same thing with travelers. So we have separated different types of travelers in terms of low scoring, medium scoring, and high scoring. The low score is someone that maybe travels once, twice per year, so they are not very heavy users. A medium traveler that maybe they take 1 trip per month, can that be business or leisure? And then we have the high scores, which actually it's people who take more than 3 trips per year. And if we look at how they have behaved, and we compare it from the beginning of the year, that was pre-COVID, versus how they are behaving now in July and August, this summer, it's interesting to see, again, the amount of bookings that was coming from all the different types of travelers. So before COVID, obviously the high value traveler and the medium were accounting for most of the bookings. But look at now at the current period, how the low travel, the low scoring, and also the medium, they have grown. That means that the rebound effect that we were mentioning in April, May, that we were forecasting that would happen, it has actually happened. Because of the lockdown, a lot of people have had, they've been actually more eager to travel, even if that was staycation or domestic traveler. But this means that these kind of scores, this type of audiences, they are now reactivating. And this is an opportunity as well for travel companies. If we look at what have they been booking, and actually when we look at these graphs, it makes a lot of sense. In the left, we have flight volume bookings by purpose, business versus leisure. So the same way that we were showing the separation at the beginning. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the same concept, but for hotel bookings. If we look at the flights, and it's the same for the hotels, the first ones to drop, if we look at March, it was the leisure travelers. So business travelers, they continued a little bit for like 1 or 2 weeks more, but they also had a huge impact because of the lockdown. And now if we look at the recovery, and if you look at the volume of the recovery and how it's speeding up, obviously hotels have overcome flights, which makes a lot of sense because, again, because a lot of the politics and all the measurement that a lot of countries took with the quarantines, a lot of people have not been able to fly to the destinations that maybe they had in mind. So the domestic traveler staycations have won, and that's why the hotel volume has been able to recuperate much faster than the flight volume. And when it comes to leisure and business, this is more of an index, but when we look at the trends, leisure traveler obviously has been able to recover much faster than business because of, again, that rebound effect that we had because of the lockdown. Now let's look at where these travelers that they were booking through the year, where they were going, and then we will have a look at where they are going now in the future. So when we look at the past and we look from exactly during the lockdown period, which was mid-March to April, look at the main destinations and how most of them, they were 90% loss versus year over year. So Spain was minus 94, France minus 92, Germany minus 92 as well. So the whole European region was suffering really deeply. As you know, the lockdown started to open up, and we were getting more news that we might be able to start traveling beginning of June. These numbers got a little better. We can see here Spain at minus 79. And in the current present, we are minus 71% year over year. It is true that it's interesting to see how, for instance, Greece is minus 49, Portugal is minus 43. So there are certain destinations that they have done a really good job in terms of the, you know, try to overcome the negative impact. But also Spain is in the middle. But you can see, for instance, UK is still at minus 90, Germany minus 85. This is going to be interesting because when we look at the forecast, this kind of destination mix switches a little bit. So when we look from now onwards, so from now to the end of the year, and when we look at the top destination that it's been more booked in terms of air, it's Spain. Spain is #1 through all the different horizons. So this is, again, this is a huge opportunity for Catalonia to rely on. But it's when you look at the top destinations, you know, in the next 15, 30, even 60 days, it's still Southern Europe. But look at when it's 3 months from now. UK, Germany, they are starting to gain position. France, they are starting to gain positions to the typical mix of Spain, Italy, Portugal, and Greece. So this is really important to bear in mind, and where they are searching and how the trends are going to evolve in terms of destinations, and with whom destinations are competing now have nothing to do with previously in the pre-COVID area. And last but not least, when they are traveling. And what you can see here on the left-hand side, it's both searches and bookings aggregated in terms of hotels and flights data. And again, it makes sense on how the searches were down in March after the lockdown, same as the bookings. So it's interesting, you know, Jorge was mentioning the inflection point, right? You can see here how in end of April, starting of May, people were getting excited because the lockdown was about to be open, and you know, we were starting to have good news about where we could travel again. But if you look here, and it's the same for the bookings, at the end of June, beginning of July, it started to go down again because of all the news again of the COVID cases going up. So this is what we have gone through until now. And if we look now at what's the future holds, it's still hard because we can see that year over year, we are still obviously in negative percentage. But what it's interesting is what I was mentioning about the 90 days. So it is true that if I go down, and this is searches only, but if I would be looking at the bookings, we can see a lot of bookings happening now for October. So the last minute, as I said, it's very important and it's having a lot of traction. But then there is the other opportunity of the 90 plus days, because again, people are hoping that for winter and Christmas, they are going to be able to travel. So that's another opportunity that destinations and travel companies can capitalize on. And just as a summary of the data that I've been gone through, and this it can be applied to any destination, and it also can be applied to travel companies that they are trying to analyze now what's happening. Obviously, we think about it, COVID has changed the way we live, the way we travel. So historical data, statistical data, it's hard to be useful right now because things are changing. So I would encourage you to use real-time data to see how things are evolving, because this graph that I show you here, I could show you the whole evolution from March to now. It was changing week after week in a very dramatic way. So it's really important to keep an eye on how things are evolving in real time. And it's really important to look at not only bookings, because that gives us an idea on how that intention is converting into an actual booking to our destination or in general, but also the searches, the intent, because that means that people are actually actively searching. They really want to travel. They maybe don't know why. when or where, but they are actually searching. So it's a huge opportunity for all the sector to be able to convince them to choose either this destination or their travel company. Then again, looking at the inflection points and how it's evolving, obviously the graph that I shown you, it's through the months, but sometimes we've been able to take it down to even a month. You can still see these little inflection points, which is really important for you to understand what's the trend, what has been the evolution, but then in terms of the forecast and this intent that we are seeing, how it is evolving, so that you can identify those opportunities that you can go and target the audiences that they are actually open to travel. And then it's very important as well to separate, and it's been actually something positive of the COVID, has been the domestic traveling, how it has grown. But in terms of the analysis, it's very important that for domestic and staycations that you really go for a micro analysis to see those small changes so that you can quickly react to them, because that can save you in the short term, those 0 to 15 days that I was showing at the beginning, versus obviously the international travelers that they're going to be more mid-long term, but then you still need to be working the awareness, because if you're not there, they are going to start thinking of somebody else. And then second, that they might be still looking and booking with this 90 days window. So you need to be there so that you can convert them, even if they're not going to come now, but to convince them to come to your destination later. And then the changing behaviors, you've seen it, even if the long, planners, they are now booking from 0 to 15 days. So it's really important that you are paying attention on how these different patterns of the travelers are evolving so that you can keep up with them. So from business to leisure travelers, how they are differently booking and planning. Also, we didn't have time today, but difference in how families, couples or solos, they are traveling. We also can see different trends there. The trip planning, as I was mentioning, they are booking more into the 0-15 days, and also the propensity of travelers. We haven't gone into, we show the travel value score, but also we see people who have cabin fever, that they are not even looking to travel at all and they are staying home, versus, the more adventurers and road warriors, like it could be myself, that I'm eager to travel and I've been traveling. And then you have the people in the middle that they are kind of hesitant, but with the right messages, you could really engage with them and convince them to travel. And last but not least, obviously, we have a lot of data in terms of hotels and flights, but there are other two data points that I always recommend, even more for international travelers, that you should be looking at right now. One is air capacity. Air capacity has changed dramatically, and with markets such as the UK or Germany, that they are very important for Catalonia, we see how the air capacity has been dropped a lot, and that obviously it's going to influence or capacity to attract these kind of travelers. And then there is the security index, because borders may be open, we might have the capacity, but if the travelers are hesitant to come to our destination, it's going to be difficult for us to convince them. So it's really important that you keep track on how the security perception is changing. So again, that you can identify the opportunity in that specific origin market. And last but not least, I always recommend you to keep on analyzing, like if we really want to become smart destination or smart travel companies, it's learning, analyzing real-time data, then acting on it, really using this data that is available to be able to target and engage with the travelers at the right time, in the right with the right content and the right engagement, and then measure it so that you can learn again and you can create this virtuous cycle that it's going to help you navigate this COVID new situation that we have in a much better way, because you're going to be able to adapt in real time with your communication with your travelers. So that's it from my side. I will pass it now to Edgar. Let me see how I can do this.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's been very interesting. I don't know, Edgar. You have the word. Rachel, Anna, if you want to make any comments or have any questions for Sarah or just in general. I think the data and the trends that she shared with us are frankly interesting. Working towards recovery, and especially because, as she stated, between the beginning of the summer through to the end of the summer, things have changed again in terms of the crisis, and therefore people are still many people are probably thinking, should I travel in 2020 or wait for 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Edgar, or Rachel or Anna, I mean, up to you really, who wants to speak now. This is an open panel, so feel free to make any comments. Rachel, do you want to say something? Or
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one thing that's really important to keep in mind for the travel industry is that you basically have got various factors that will come into play when someone's doing a trip, most of which is the motivation to go. And I think something that's very encouraging for travel in general is that the desire for most people does remain strong. I mean, we've seen that with the lifting of restrictions. And I think, say, if you compare the travel industry with, say, commercial landlords, for example, there's a very big difference. We've seen some absolutely fundamental changes in life in terms of the working world and people working from home and not going to the office. There will be things there that are absolutely permanent. And I think for travel, this is not a permanent thing. And I think that is something that we can be very encouraged by, because people will always want to experience other cultures, obviously visit their families if they're living a global kind of family life. I think that that's something we can take heart from. I think if we're being realistic, though, if we're looking at the kind of long-term changes, with the changes in the world of work, we may well see differences for business travel, because, I think certain very large conferences may not happen ever again, or people may not do as much travel to the office in California or whatever it might be, or the one in Madrid, or things like that. I think we've seen that these teleconferences does work very well. So I think we probably need to be realistic about the long-term changes for MICE, but certainly for leisure, I think there's a lot we can take heart from, particularly with, say, the data that Sarah's showing, that people do still want to come, and that is where the journey starts.
Thank you, Rachel. I agree with that. And I don't know if Anna wants to say something, or we go to Edgar, and because I know you want to show us something or share something with us, Edgar. Anna?
I let Edgar give his presentation, so afterwards we can have a chat.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
great. So Edgar, go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, let me see how to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we doing? I'm Edgar Beckler. I'm the Congress Vice President of the Tourism Innovation Summit. I don't know if you remember, last year, the WTTC brought to Sevilla Barack Obama, and they made a huge annual event in Seville. And we decided together with local authorities to give continuity to what happened last year, and to place Sevilla as a technical hub in the map of Spain. So what are we doing? We're bringing together 5,000 people from the 25th to the 27th of November in a boutique event that will take place in Seville. You know how much numbers there are moving in tourism, just that you have an idea of the numbers we are using in the revenue of the tourism industry. And this is the most important slide that I would like, because it expresses very well what we are doing in this showroom and congress. So we have 6 vertical forums, all in tourism. It's destinations, hospitality, travel and mobility, distribution channels, leisure, and MICE and business travel. What do we do here? We bring the top leaders of the tourism industry to explain and inspire with their strategies to all the public that is assisting our Congress. What do we offer them there? We offer tech solutions, so predictive analytics, big data, marketing solutions, from social media, e-commerce. We are offering management solutions, which is all the back office, ERP or CRMs. And we offer experience solutions, which are sustainability, safety, hygiene, and so on, for sure now, more important than ever. Yeah. What do we give them there? We make like C-suite agendas. This goes from the leadership summit. So presidents and CEOs from the best companies of the world are coming to talk to you. We have a CIO's agenda with the top CIOs of the companies of the world. CMO's agenda, we have a revenue manager's agenda, a DMC agenda, and an institutional agenda. During the event, which will take place from 10 in the morning till 6 in the afternoon, we will share all these agendas, and after the event we're going to do global network activities. So we have a Destination Partners Awards 2020 with the invited country, which is going to be Portugal. We have a Tourism Innovation Awards, which is going to be an award that is going to be delivered to the most innovative tourism company. A Tourist Tech Startup Fest, where we have 400 startups that can present their candidates to participate in our Startup Fest. From these 440 will be selected, and from these 40 selected, we will vote with a jury while we're there, the 4 winners of it. And these 4 winners can start their business from Seville, where they will get help from the town hall and Junta de Andalucía to start their business from there. Yeah, we have several activities. Yeah.
Sorry, I sorry to interrupt, but it's very interesting in the sense that we've been talking about the travel tendencies or trends for not only the time being, for also the future. So you guys think this will be a physical event? I mean,
yeah, 100%. It's going to be physical.
That's a very good sign. I would say, I don't know if you agree, the rest of you, but the fact that this Tourism Innovation Summit is being prepared as in the old normal days, it's something positive. So I wanted to ask you if you are doing 100% physical.
We are 100% in that we're going to do it physically. I don't know if you've seen, but in Frankfurt, the fair already opened, so they are starting events again. We are having also, in our company, we're having our first event at the end of the month, which is called Rebuild. It's done in Barcelona, where we will have 7,000 participants. We just have to follow the rules. We are working very close with the Hospital Clinic of Barcelona, with how do you call it?
The authorities, I guess. I mean, people.
Exotic. I don't remember the name now, but the exotic department of diseases, and they are helping us out to plan everything there. So it's good. We just have to reduce the capacity a lot. So the summit in Seville is 5,000. Was supposed to be much more. So that you have an idea, the events we're organizing normally at Nebex is between the 12,000 and the 40,000 participants. So 5,000 is a really small event for us, but it's because we have to follow not only the Spanish rules, but also the European rules and see what the other fairs are doing around the world, like Amsterdam and Frankfurt. So we're following all the rules so we can do it physically.
That's right. Good. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, Rachel, maybe you are in London. So, I mean, I don't know, there is still a lot of ongoing discussions about World Travel Market, for instance. We don't still know anything about Fitur, thinking about tourism fairs. We don't know about Berlin. But it's quite interesting that fairs are happening in Frankfurt, as Edgar says, and also that an event of this kind, which is very big and you know, it has a lot of work behind the scenes. It's going to happen in Seville physically. I don't know if in the United Kingdom you have a feeling that this will ease things down for international traveling, or I mean, I don't know.
You know, I think one thing the travel industry is not short of, Jorge, is trailblazers. You know, we always have been an industry with people who will innovate and find a way through. That's always been the nature of the industry. And I think it's really encouraging to see people finding a way through it. You know, we have to do things differently. Okay, how can we do things differently? Let's make a start. You need people like the Tourism Innovation Summit to make a start with that and say, we think it could be done like this, you know, and I think that's fantastic that it's done. And I think, you know, these times are absolutely ripe for innovation and using technology for all that we can. and finding new ways of doing things. And as I was saying, that they are finding new ways of doing it. And I think we need these trailblazers to set the scene for what might be coming in the future.
Edgar, I saw one of the slides that you have next.
Yeah.
Quite interesting. I don't know if it was the next one or the following, but yeah, here you see you have 100 speakers and 9 scenarios.
So, yeah, exactly. So what we're, and about the COVID regulation, look, we are, what everyone told us, we just have to be very responsible. It's a business event. It's not a B2C event. It's a B2B event. So I think everyone is mature enough to follow the rules that we have to do, which is social distancing, wearing a mask and cleaning your hands, which is they are telling us all the time to do. So we are not getting infected. Also, one of the one very important doctor inside of the hospital clinic for exotic diseases told us exactly the same. Said, Edgar, the people are not getting infected in our hospital with 5,000, and we're 5,000 workers. The people are getting infected at their homes and with their social lives, not during their work sessions or their work period. So we will ask everyone to do exactly the same. So just be responsible so that we can have the 300 speakers over. These 300 speakers will be divided in 9 different scenarios. Of course, with the regulations of the distance, so that you imagine the biggest scenario has 5,000 seats, and because of COVID, we have to limit it to 1,900 people, so that you have an idea of how much capacity each auditorium will have. But so yes, the agenda is already visible. You can check it already online. And to be realistic, this year, most of the people, as you can see here on the map, is going to come from Europe, even though if we have already people coming from the Americas and from Asia, most of the people confirmed are coming from Europe. And it's, like I said, 5,000 tourism leaders. 20% of them are going to be destinations. So this can be cities, convention bureaus, this can be regions or countries. 20% approximately will be distribution channels. So all the big OTAs, you know, the tour operators and the distribution channels that we all know. 17% will be the travel industry, which are airlines, cruises, and rent a car. And 30% of it is going to be the hospitality business, which is hotels and apartments. And then we have 7%, which is going to be the business travel and the MICE industry, and also 5% from other associations and business schools. So this is going to happen physically. What we want to propose is a place of network and knowledge with a lot of business opportunities, and we are a business that are moving people, and we love to see each other. So we will try to do it in the COVID period, as Germany and Holland are doing. As I told you, we're starting on the 29th of September. We're having our first Congress in Barcelona, in the CCIB. And it's a rebuilt one with 7,000 participants, and we have it all prepared to just continue living with the virus. Of course, we have to live with it, but that we don't stop all these events now because of this. So what we do is putting the businessmen together, workers, employers, associations, administrations, banks, together with the public authorities to go back to work, that I say, so to raise the economy again for our countries together. It's time for the reactivation and rebuild. So we wait for everyone that wants to participate in Seville from the 25th till the 27th of November. And I'm sure Catalonia can have a very good representation during the summit, so that we can regenerate the tourism industry to Catalonia.
Sounds very interesting. I don't know if Anna, you're working on a cluster about tourism, IT tourism cluster. I don't know in Catalonia with the Generalitat, right? So what's your vision? I mean, I think it's very important that we see things are still moving, and as Rachel was saying, you know, it's time to innovate and to cope with whatever is in front of us and say, well, if we can't do things this way, then let's try a different way, but still do the things. What's your take on it? What's your feeling? How do you see what Sarah has been mentioning about trends and statistics and the fact that Edgar and his team are organizing TIS?
Yes, thank you. Well, as you said, we have a project here in Catalonia. I work for the Catalan government, so we have a project to create the travel tech cluster here in Catalonia. This was a project that started before the COVID, so we already knew that there was a big ecosystem here in Catalonia with lots of companies and agents working inside travel tech, and we thought that maybe there are lots of organizations of historical tourism, I don't know, destinations maybe, and also hotels, where they can talk about their strategies, but there is not a place where travel tech companies can go together and create common projects. So we studied the travel tech ecosystem in Catalonia, and we thought it was a project that we had to create. So we have to make the dynamization from the public part, because sometimes we can tell the companies, okay, there are lots of companies in travel tech in Catalonia, why don't you go together and create something? And it usually doesn't work. So we think we have to take this responsibility of being entrepreneurs somehow from the administration and create something that is good for the country, in this case, we think. So I think it's really interesting what Sarah told us. I think one thing that this crisis will show to all us, and I think Edgar will be okay with this, is that we all have to be more flexible. I think many people has asked him if the Congress will be online or it will be not online, and I'm sure they are changing things every week. I'm sure Adara as a company is changing things every week, and also you in ETOA. So we all have to be more flexible, but also what it shows us is that technology, it has been always important inside the tourism sector, but it will be more important in the future. It gives us flexibility, of course, and companies, hotels, destinations, air companies, they all need to change things last minute. So they need data, they need technology to take decisions, and that will be more important. That is something that it was here before, but it will be more important even in the future. Also, I think this crisis will be the trigger for things that we didn't see so clear in the past, just as the combination between travel tech and health tech, because it was something that were two separate worlds in the past. And I think that as of now, we will see how health tech and travel tech come together in some points, because we as travelers, we will have more sensitivity in front of many diseases. So we will need more information, we will need more data, we will need more technology to tell us this is safe. Security will be really important, safeness will be really, really important. Many hotels, many airports are putting touchless experiences just because no one has to touch anything during their travel. And I think that's something that will stay, and it needs technology, but also it needs health somehow. But I really think it's really, I have the opportunity to hear Sarah couple of months ago. I think we shared also as a panel, and at that time we were talking a lot about China, what is happening in China, if we can see a trend and we can follow this trend to our future. And of course now their situation and our situation, or the information they give, is really different than what we have now in Catalonia. But I really I really think that it's really important, the message we give, but the message has to be real. We cannot give a false message. We have to make travelers trust in the destination, and that's really important, that we of course do things well here, but also when things are correctly done, it has to be told. And I think this kind of communications and also these technologies that have to be shared and common strategies for companies, I really believe that the cluster will be a really good environment to all the companies to be together and to create a common strategy that can also help as the destination and other destinations, because technology can be exported to many places.
And thank you so much, Anna. I think that in that sense, the Tourism Innovation Summit will obviously be an inflection point, probably, because there is going to be a huge gathering of experts to see where we can go. But I would like to ask Rachel and then Sarah. Rachel, I mean, we both at ETOA are seeing how tour operators are reacting to different, as you were saying, Anna, news change almost daily. And the UK is an incredibly important outbound market for Spain, and hence Catalonia as well. Rachel, do you have the feeling that people are paying a lot more attention to IT or resources and use of data before they travel, or paying more attention to all these things?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, just listening to what Anna was saying about, you know, the parallels between travel tech and health tech and access to data. I mean, it really occurred to me that with flexibility comes a lot of tech complexity behind it. You need the complexity to give the simplicity and flexibility to travelers. And I think that absolutely more and more, you know, things are changing very last minute, and people have concerns of, say, suddenly their destination reappearing on the quarantine list, and their cancellation insurance, and can they get refunds? You know, all these things that require tech behind them for the communications channels, and to actually be able to do that and to have access to these different insurance policies, for example, they need data to be able to produce those. So absolutely, I don't think it could be any more important. And I think something else that I have found interesting, and Jorge, I don't know if you know this, a couple of our ETOA members have been really innovative around redeploying technology they had developed for actually the problem of over-tourism and overcrowding, and having these apps and visitor flow numbers, etc., which were originally designed to highlight pinch points in terms of when something was busy, and could I then tell a traveller, oh, why not go to this part of the exhibition because it's not busy, as opposed to this one that is busy. It was designed to alleviate that. They've now redeployed that into COVID security technology. So the person can say, this is an unbusy area, or there are fewer than 10 people per square meter, or whatever it is, in this area. And you can actually see, you know, how many people per area are there, and people can then go, I will go there. And I think that is a really encouraging innovation that is helping people move forward. And I think the more that travelers have access to tech that gives them confidence to make a visit, that really helps with the recovery.
Yeah, one thing that I know, and that's a very interesting tendency to develop these apps and adapt them to the reality we're living in now. One thing I know for sure is that some highly visited destinations have taken these weeks of non-existent visitors to work on developing systems that help them deal with over-tourism. In this sense, that all is welcome. I wanted to ask Sarah what your thoughts are about not only the TIS, but also what Anna and Rachel were just saying. Do you think at data that the application of all these data, and for instance, these apps that are being developed to help see where crowds are, you think that's going to be normal in a year time? Or do you think we will get accustomed to that and then don't ever go back to, as Anna was saying, have a lot more touchless experiences and things that ease down the contact experiences while we travel? I don't know if you...
From a destination perspective, so more from the public entities and governments, I think COVID is being a catalyst. So, you know, we've been speaking about our tourism for a while now. We were speaking about smart destinations for a while now. We were speaking on how these destination entities should move from promotion to management. not only like helping promote the destination, but how do you actually manage the destination? So, the 3 years that I've been directly leading the destination business unit here in Europe, that was the main 3 topics that I was finding in any conversation that I was having with any destination in EMEA. And it's interesting how, again, a lot of people say that COVID has been a catalyst for digital transformation, right? So I think COVID for destination has been a catalyst to realize that real-time data and technology is that enabler, because it's not the final goal. So I always say the goal is not technology. The goal is, like in this case, moving from promotion to management. The goal is being able to adapt to changes, as Anna was mentioning. You have the goal of, you want to become the more sustainable destination. You want to become the destination for luxury travelers. You want to become a destination for gastronomy travelers. Whatever is your goal as a destination, once that's said, technology and data can help you get and achieve that goal, and can help you also track how you're pacing towards your goal. Because either if you don't track it and you don't measure it, you don't know what you're doing. So that's why I ended up my presentation with the learn, act, and measure, because that's how you create, intelligence in a destination. And you were saying data, it goes into the act, in the learning, which is more macro, it's trends, as I showed, the evolution, etc. But there is something very important, that is the action that you can go and speak into an individual level, into an identity level. Because more, right now, either you personalize the advertising or the communication in an email or your website, the more relevant you become to that traveler, the more chances you have that traveler is going to either choose your destination, either book with your travel company, behave in your destination the way you want them to behave. So either you harmonize that customer engagement, and you make it better, and you really understand what they want and what they need and how they behave, and then you understand what you want, you need, and what you behave, so that you can, you're kind of like, technology can help you be that matchmaker, right, between the right destination, the right travel company, and the traveler. And then the measurement part, it's super, super important, because you need to know if what you're doing, it's actually working or not towards your goals. And this sounds very simple and very basic, and I can tell you there are still a lot of people that they are not doing that part. And why? And you were asking me why TIS. For me, TIS, it's going to be that enabler. If we are saying that COVID is being this catalyst into the sector, because obviously it has disrupted the sector. The sector as we knew it, from either like a business perspective or the user perspective, has changed. It has nothing to do from how we were traveling in January, February, and it's gonna continue changing, because now it's COVID, but tomorrow it can be another thing. Like we sometimes forget, we live in, I don't know if you heard the BUCA environments, which are the volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and complex. COVID is just one example, but tomorrow one. So that's why this is important, that you go and see, what kind of technologies are out there, and depending on your goal, you need to be smart in which one you pick and choose. And at the end of the day, it's how you prioritize which technology you're applying. But I know that I'm repeating this, but it's very important. It's depending on your goal. Don't use technology for the sake of using technology. Depending on your goal, what you're trying to achieve, find that technology that it's going to be that enabler.
Thank you, Sarah. I think that actually going from the apps that Rachel was just mentioning from some of our members, to the cluster, to the TIS, to the data you're handling at Adara, I think it shows if something that we're moving in the right direction and coping with the situation, reacting quickly and appropriately, in the sense that we need to adapt. The industry needs to adapt as well. But it's also a very good sign to see that physical events are likely going to happen in the near future, and that we are little by little going to leave this sort of dark tunnel in which we are now. We've run out of time, as it always happens. Like when a conversation is interesting, time flies. But I wanted to thank you very much for your participation and your brilliant ideas and thoughts that you've been sharing with us this morning. During this Catalonia workshop, we also hope that people will look into the future. I know many stakeholders are looking into 2021, including even 2022 sometimes. But there is a future starting tomorrow that we can't ignore. And the fact that we are going to have TIS physically in Seville at the end of November, in 2 months' time or less, a little less, it's a very good sign. And I really hope that it goes back to normal in all our cities and in the rest of the world. We need tourism. We live tourism and travel, and therefore we ought to be optimistic. Thank you very much, Rachel, Anna, Sarah, and Edgar. And I really hope we will cross paths again. Well, for sure with you, Rachel, very soon, and with the rest of you as well. And it will be a pleasure to have another conversation of this type anytime. Thank you very much
Thank
to you all. And we'll see each other around. Yeah, hopefully in person.
Yes.
Better.
Thank you. Bye.
I crossed the world trying to fulfill my dreams, looking for answers, a landscape full of meaning. I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, or maybe
Good morning and welcome to this Catalonia workshop. Again, if you couldn't hear me earlier, I really apologize. There were some minor technical issues that are going to be fixed soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to give you some technical details that you might find useful throughout the day. Don't forget that Chrome is the preferred browser, and also there is a live chat button on the right hand side of your screen that you can use to interact with us at all times, anytime, for any technical or non-technical related issues that you may have along the day. Remember, appointments have been matched based on both the preferences of buyers and suppliers. And also on the left hand side of your screen you will have a countdown timer. It's very important that you keep an eye on that, because when you finish your meeting you will be tuning to the next one automatically without any pause. And then once you finish your meeting you will have access to the company's email information so that you can keep in contact with whoever you have met just then. There are a couple of seminars or webinars at the end of the morning session. One is called Smart Destination Data, Technology and Innovation, where we explore with very interesting panelists the situation and the usage of data and how to maximize the use of it for the future, now that we're in the middle of this crisis and we need to have the appropriate resources to come out of this as well as possible. The second seminar webinar will be European Tourism 2021, Demand in North America, another very interesting one that will be hosted by our CEO, Tom Jenkins. Both webinars can be watched via this platform, so you don't really have to change channel, sort of, to see it. As far as the day goes, I mean, we've done another events online already, forced by the circumstances, and I have to say they've been very successful. People have been very happy with the quality of the meetings, and in a way, I mean, those of you that know me, I much prefer the physical contact, the in-person contact. Obviously, I'd say all of us prefer that, but since we can't, we are trying to maximize the possibilities and the resources once again, and it seems to be working well. I really wish you a very good day, and I really hope that the contacts you make and the business you carry out will be as much as usual as possible, in the sense that life goes on and so does the tourism industry. For those of you that are not familiar with ETOA, with us, let me tell you that through our webpage you have a lot of resources for associates that can help you navigate through this crisis. We, for instance, have a coronavirus hub where we've gathered and still are gathering all the available information throughout the continent for our tour operators and suppliers to be able to have access to directives, policies, changes, measures taken in different countries, even different regions. As we've seen in this second wave, almost each region has different measures taken or in place. And even though 2020 will not be remembered as a great tourism year, we are very optimistic about the future, and the future is now 2021. This workshop can help in a region like Catalonia that is so tremendously affected by the crisis, because there is a lot of tourism going to this wonderful region year after year, week after week. So we really hope that one way or the other this workshop will help, even if it is in a minimum scale, to improve things. I wish you all the best, and we will be in touch. Anything you need, you have us here. Remember the little live button on the right, and we'll be right there. Thanks, and have a nice day.
to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in the bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I crossed the world trying to fulfill my dreams, looking for answers, a landscape full of meaning. I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, oh may Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, oh may
In listen-only mode.
Webinar on North America as an origin market. It in many ways symbolizes a cooperation that we're forging with the Canadian Tour Operators Association and the United States Tour Operators Association in these very, very trying times. It's important at moments like this that we cooperate, and I'm absolutely delighted that we're being joined by Brett Walker, who not only heads up Colette for product in North America, but he's also chairman of the Canadian Tour Operators Association. We will be joined in a couple of seconds by Terry Dale, who's the president of ETOA, and I'm also delighted to have Justin Reed, who's head of product for EMEA at TripAdvisor, who will be giving us some insights. Normally, I would be talking about the importance of the origin markets that we're about to discuss. And on one level, one very obvious level, there is no more important origin market for Europe than North America. Canada and the United States together, according to UNWTO, deliver in the region of 41 million visitors. The trouble with the UNWTO data, brilliant though it is it tends to count every visitor who arrives in each individual country as a visitor. So the aggregate that they come up with is probably far more than the total visitors arriving. I think if you look at the US Department of State data, they say there are about 17 million visitors from the United States coming to Europe in 2019. And I think it's probably fair to say that probably 3 to 4 million visitors came from Canada. Even with those reduced numbers, it means that 21 million visitors would normally come to Europe from those origin markets. And this makes it by far the most significant origin market for Europe. That was in 2019. 2020, we had been expecting a good year. Predictions were looking at a 5 to 10% growth in these areas. And we have not seen that. As we know, we've seen really what can only be termed a catastrophic in demand. I would be surprised if we saw even 10% of those figures by the end of this year. And that presents real challenges for everybody, for suppliers and for the intermediaries that Cato, USTOA and ETOA represent. And it's partly to ponder on this and to partly look at how we might climb out of this and what the indicators are that we're having this webinar today. Whilst we're waiting for Terry to join us, I would just like to hand over to Justin very quickly to give us an insight as to what TripAdvisor is seeing in terms of market sentiment. Justin, good day.
Lovely, thank you, Tom. Let me just kick the presentation off. Someone can give us a thumbs up if they can see it.
Well, I can see it, I think.
Excellent. Right. Okay. So what we're looking to talk about now is very much the TripAdvisor lens on the North American market. If we go to what we've done of late was we started off with some surveys that we've done of the US market, not the Canadian market, unfortunately, but the Australian market and the Italian market and the Japanese market. And this was back in around May time. So some of the questions that we asked were around when would people think about traveling again domestically in terms of with it after COVID. So back then there was 97% of responses from the US market, from the UK market, etc. as to when they would feel confident about traveling again. And back then 66% of these respondents said that within 2 months they'd feel comfortable about traveling. Now, again, stressing this is the domestic market. And what we're looking at now is, again, these are just TripAdvisor figures. So in August of this year, we actually surpassed last year's numbers in terms of domestic lookers. So UK people looking at the UK on TripAdvisor. So that was actually up 9%. So in some respects, if we look back at the survey that was asked, which was when we feel confident about traveling again, and we did start to see restrictions being lifted within the UK, you know, about June or so. So again, that very much reflected the reality. Clicks to book is how TripAdvisor measures sort of bottom of the funnel activity. And again, within the UK domestic market, we saw that by the end of August, it was actually back up to only 14% down year on year. Incredibly good, pretty positive. Now then, that same question was asked of international travel, and these are looking at the results just of the US market. So again, apologies to the Canadians, but we were only able to sample a certain number of markets. And again, the same question was asked: when would you feel confident about traveling again after COVID? And a combined number said that within 6 months, 89% of them would feel like traveling again. Again, if we look at that from the all markets globally, so all markets globally in the month of August was again just about back to where it was last year. Bookings, or rather clicks to book, which is where we would pass them off to an OTA, that was still down 31%. But you know, if you look at the bottom, the darker purple line, you can see that in both cases of all markets, not including the UK, looking at the UK, the road to recovery was very, very much there. Now then, United States, looking at the UK, okay? So we can see that that big bounce back recovery that we saw for lookers, for the domestic market, which was plus 9%, and even the global numbers of all markets, look at the UK, which almost recovered, we can see that unfortunately the United States has very much flatlined. A slight lift in August in terms of lookers, but we're still 68% down, we being, you know, the UK in terms of lookers. And bookers, bearing in mind this is just hotel bookers, not necessarily attractions, that's still down 90%. And basically the drop-off we saw in March dropped a bit further in April and has just stayed sort of, you know, flatlining somewhat since then. Here's some stuff here for Canada, of course, but it's a very similar tale. So North America at this point can almost be encompassed into one, and that, you know, lookers are down and bookers are way down. So as Tom suggested, or not Tom suggested, but you know, firmly stated, you know, the North American bounce back really hasn't kicked in yet in terms of people coming back to the UK. This again looks at international booking window this year compared to last year, and we can see that from North America coming, actually that's North America looking anywhere outside of North America, it's 68 days longer than what it was last year. So in other words, people are still very, very hesitant to you know, commit to anything within a 2-month-ish period. Now, this is where we look at things from a well, a number of perspectives. This is the first column on the left. This is 2019's data for the same time period as COVID. If we consider COVID as starting at the beginning of March for the UK, this is the same period. So this is March to end of August 2019. And compared to March to August, you know, 2020, the COVID period. Now, last year, it was very much dominated, again, as Tom said, by United States, far outstripping the numbers of lookers and the number of bookers on TripAdvisor. Skewed slightly by our own huge audience on in North America. But nonetheless, it's clear that this time last year, the United States was dominating proceedings. Normally at this point I'd say, and guess what it is this year? But in fact, just to reveal it, it's not as bad as you'd think. So yes, the United States is significantly down, but it still leads the way very firmly in terms of lookers and in terms of you know, what we call click to bookers. Canada has actually gone up one place. It's overtaken the Netherlands. Oh, it's not the Netherlands, is it? Anyway, Canada's actually, it's held its position or gone up. But again, the numbers are significantly down compared to the previous year. Now, what we're looking to do now is look at the actual raw numbers. So in terms of where the US market has gone. So if they're not coming to the UK, where are they going? So this again looks at the 2019 numbers. And this looks at the 2020 numbers over this time period. And again, Tom quite rightly mentioned that we reckon roughly the US and Canada combined would be bringing in just over 20 million. That was for the whole year. This is for just half the year. So we can see that of those, 20 million, at least half of them were coming to TripAdvisor before they ventured. But again, what's interesting there is the UK, the overall numbers of people coming to the UK from the United States, yes, it's down, but the relative numbers, there's not a discernible place where you're losing market share to. So again, looking at the numbers from the US, the US domestic is down 40%. The Caribbean is down 63%. Mexico's down 60%. We all know that, actually I shouldn't be too assumptive, but certainly when I worked at Visit Britain, the assumption was that if you didn't have a passport, I think you could travel to the Caribbean. So that obviously increased their numbers. I'm not quite sure if it's changed or not. But we're actually, as in the UK, is doing better in terms of the decline than compared to Canada, Italy, or France. So again, you wouldn't call it reasons for optimism necessarily, but it's reasons not to get too panicked in the fact that the UK isn't falling further behind with either of these two markets. Sure, every market's losing out, but it's not as though we can point to any specific winner. So I just want to cover off those things as sort of a background as to where we are within the TripAdvisor world. So, suffice it to say is there's no point in candy coating this. Times are hard, times are tough. But the slight bit of optimism, it's not like we've lost 20% of our market share to Italy or to Mexico or something like that. Every country is struggling as much as anyone else in the US, including, somewhat surprisingly, domestic travel over there. So that's my sort of kick-off starter points. If I direct it back to you, Tom.
Well, thank you very much, Justin. I would like to say on behalf of all of our members, most of what Justin said concerning the UK applies to the whole of Europe. Those people based in Italy and France will not be consoled that the UK is doing better according to TripAdvisor than Italy or France. But I think the crucial point, and the crucial point that you're raising here, is that people are still interested. There's still a desire to travel, and that desire far outstrips their ability to travel. And we know at the moment, travel is extremely difficult. Countries are closed. Airlines are not operating on anything like the volumes they were. It's tough, but there's still a real desire out there. I'm delighted to welcome Terry, who's made it from Fire Island. Is the weather okay in Fire Island? We were worried about the storms. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Don't worry.
There we go. So anyway, the weather, it's a little dicey, but I'm glad I finally got connected, and it's great to be hopeful. Obviously, I learned a lot from Justin's presentation, but I'm going to start with referencing an American Express study of their card holders. And in that study, they found that 4 out of 5 consumers missed travel the most of any activity, which is roughly 82%. And I guess that's not surprising, but it's somewhat reassuring that travel is top of mind for those card holders. And then I also want to reference a survey that we've been doing consistently throughout the pandemic with our tour operator members. And we are starting to see new bookings consistently rise with each passing quarter. So in the first quarter of 2021, a third of our members had new bookings. By the time we get to the second quarter, 2/3 had new bookings. And the pattern continues like that as the year progresses and even into 2022. So I can't speak to the volume of those bookings because it's something that we don't ask. But I think that it demonstrates that consumers are at least generating new bookings for our members. Therefore, the intent is there. And I think it's only going to continue to grow. So those are, I think, some encouraging tidbits, and certainly for our friends in Europe, because as you know, out of our top 20 destinations, 14 are European countries. So it's top of mind for all USTOA members. And I think it'll obviously continue to be that way. I think another trend that I call small is the new big. You know, we started seeing smaller groups as a trend a couple of years ago, and I think that that's just going to continue to escalate until we get well past this pandemic. So I think we're going to see these travel pods or a travel bubble where people travel with families and friends that they trust and know have been responsible during this pandemic. So that travel pod will translate into those small, intimate groups that want to go together for an experience. And then I also believe something that we'll see is what we call meaningful travel. And that's the opportunity for our members and stakeholders to create experiences that get our economic impact into those businesses that really can use it to create jobs and better the lives of those communities. We have been working on this program with Tourism Cares and have done some product in Jordan and in Colombia. And I think that we'll see more of that because sustainability will be elevated in the minds of our product development teams. And part of that is meaningful impact where we can make a difference. So we need to be optimistic as an industry. And there are indicators out there that we will turn this corner. It's just a matter of when. But at least I think as the champions of the industry, part of our responsibility is to give some glimmers of hope because they're out there and we'll get through this.
Brett, I mean, let's turn to you. I mean, is that broadly the situation in Canada?
I think so. I think the tenor of the discussion is changing a little bit. Certainly from a Canadian perspective, one of the big challenges we have here, and it's not unique, is the 14-day quarantine. So in terms of, Tom, what we've talked about before, pent-up demand, I think there is pent-up demand. And I think that pent-up demand is largely in the form of a smaller cohort that is ready to go to Europe or anywhere once the 14-day quarantine disappears. Perhaps maybe a little bit unique to Canada. I'm not sure, Terry, in the US, but with the suspension of travel as of March 15th, with the, or in and around March 15th, a lot of tour operators here and travel companies here in Canada were providing future travel credits as opposed to a refund. And so I think there is, again, a significant group of people who is interested in using up those future travel credits when the time comes. Even if they're not entirely comfortable with traveling, they may want to use them up before, you know, they go. We've had a government here that has, the messaging has been fairly binary for the last 6 months. Basically, they've been, in my opinion, sort of abetting, I don't want to say fear, but certainly uncomfortable. A lot of the public feeling fairly uncomfortable about going out, certainly traveling, by creating a fairly binary message, which is basically stay at home or potentially risk getting COVID. And the borders closed, obviously, with the US, has been for some time. It's been extended now through the end of October. However, again, the tenor of the conversation is changing. There is much more talk about recovery. I stayed up late last night. Well, I think some other people may have been watching a debate. I was watching our Canadian Parliament was sitting to try and pass through a stimulus bill, which I'm happy to report was passed unanimously by all parties, which will greatly help the industry here. But more importantly, is sending a message that we're focused on recovery, because that's really what the Bill C4 that was passed here in Canada is about two things. It's about maintaining the health of an industry which desperately needs it right now, that's in pretty bad shape, but also focusing on the road to recovery. And for that reason, they were able to get the support of all parties, which is terrific. We expect more details. So I guess in short, Tom, yeah, I think we're a few weeks or months off from a much more positive frame of mind for most Canadian consumers. And And that was interesting, Justin, to see the trends with regard to future bookings, because you're right on. I can take off my, by the way, Tom, I think you gave me way more credentials than I deserve, but I can take off my Cato hat for a second and put on my Colette hat. And that's what we're seeing exactly. We're seeing that bookings, for the most part, any new bookings that we are getting at Colette are for that June and beyond period. And I wish we had more interest in first and second quarter. But the good news is that from June beyond, we have a very healthy booking trend, and we're happy about that. And in large part, that's Europe.
Well, I mean, that's fundamentally good news. Sorry, Terry.
I just, since Brett mentioned the debate that we experienced last night, I just have to say, you know, every 4 years we get that same question: does an election year impact travel? And it historically does. But what we witnessed last night was devastating. It must have shook, everyone's shaking. Like, how do we get through this election? So on top of a pandemic and race relations and all the major issues our country is facing, I don't see how this doesn't hurt the psyche of the U.S. citizen for some time, you know, because it was very disturbing.
Well, look, I can't comment. This is it's a bit like our own domestic problems, political problems in the UK. I think they're for domestic consumption, I would reassure you. But the one thing you raised is, does the United States and North America travel in an election year? We did actually we did some research on that, and it's available on our Insight Hub, and it's mildly surprising. I think I could, if I can reassure you on that front. I think what was raised really interestingly earlier was the point that we have not having a captive audience is perhaps not the best audience, but it's undoubtedly the fact that a lot of the people who booked in 2020 have rebooked for 2021. Undoubtedly, some of those have no option other than to rebook for 2021. But that presumably provides us with a foundation to build on, and it looks as though we've got real desire to travel there. Justin, you were producing some really interesting data on the click to book ratio. At the moment, booking now is pretty unfeasible. What I'm fascinated is that you've still got a lot of lookers there. I mean, is there any prospect of this going up?
Yeah, absolutely. And sort of tagging on to Brett's point about, you know, what are the influences for allowing travel or not allowing travel? It's regardless of it, not political with a capital P, but political with a small p. We see it on a daily basis where, for instance, when the Germany to the UK air bridge was put in that very week, they went up 34% in terms of bookings. Now that was 34% on the average of the previous 3 weeks. But, you know, as soon as that opportunity to travel, which was back in June, was presented to them, it was like, yeah, let's go. Likewise, when we're looking at outbound for the UK, which I know is not the point of this conversation, but outbound from the UK, we'd see huge double-digit increases and decreases on a daily basis, depending on what the government initiative was for that particular week. And Tom, I'm sure you'd join me in saying that things can change very quickly in terms of what government policies are. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the demand is there, and the only really thing stopping it is not even the COVID infection levels. It's the ability to travel in and out of countries without having to, like, you know, either quarantine for 2 weeks or face breaking the law. You know, those are the things right now. In a way, it's a lot of it is within individual government concerns. And again, going back to what I think it was Brett. Apologies if it was you, Terry. Was you know. The government has always, it seems to be at the minute, certainly in the UK, and from what you're saying in Canada as well, it's like, you know, that fear is the number one factor that they're playing off. And, you know, it just doesn't seem to be to anyone's mind that, you know, the full effects of like the entire hospitality sector is almost, they're prepared to sacrifice it at the altar rather than, you know, look at what the long-term positive effects might be of, you know, getting people in and out and traveling again.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that governments are playing on fear. They may say in their defence that they need to. I think we would probably all disagree with that, but we're stuck in a real political arena on that. I think more to the point is, what will it take to get this market going again? We know that a vaccine is we perceive as being the cure-all, and it's possible that may come in the second half of next year. Certainly we're hearing rumours to that extent. But a lot of people are putting great stress on the idea that there's going to be instant result testing at airports. Do you think there's going to be any scope for this to boost confidence, or do you think that's a red herring? Brett, what's your opinion on that?
I think, Tom, it's very much a layering effect. I think there will have to be a number of things take place for consumer confidence to go up, and I think they're happening already. We've been reading about the airlines doing rapid testing. United now to the US, and Air Canada and WestJet is doing some rapid testing, albeit it's on a voluntary basis and does not negate the fact that returning Canadians or visitors need to quarantine. But basically what they're doing is they're providing data to the government. I think a vaccine, or even talk of a vaccine, will help. And I think it's just, there's probably any number of things which will have to happen, Tom, and I'm not sure altogether what they are, but it's gonna have to be a number of things, including the rhetoric that we hear from government, we've all talked about it, has to take on a more positive tone for consumers to begin to think about, I'm not ready to go maybe right now, this month, this quarter, but I want to travel, and it seems more likely that I can travel and to book.
Terry, have you got any angle on that?
Well, I want to go back to your comment twice before, whenever, and that was about rebooked business from 2020. And in June, on our survey to our members, we learned that 57% of business on the books for 2020 had transferred to 2021. So to your point, there is a foundation there, if we're able to travel, that successfully transferred to next year. So that's encouraging. I think I also want to say, in my conversations with all major airlines, and United was referenced, but all of them, sooner rather than later, are going to be able to offer rapid testing at the major hubs throughout the US. So that's another step in the right direction. And when it does get a lot of good press, United certainly did within the last couple of weeks, when these announcements are coming out and are being rolled out. So I think, to Brett's point about we need positive news, that layering effect can and will start happening. I also want to touch on the work that our colleagues did with USTOA, because I think it's one of those layers in building consumer confidence, and that's the tour care program that we collectively created. And in our most recent survey, we learned that 50% of our members have adopted that guidance that we created. 20% said they're in the process of using it, and the rest say, we haven't made a decision yet. So I think that helped. And what I've learned also is that what we delivered, we knew was kind of a base. And most of our members are going in a much more robust direction with their own internal programs. So again, that's one more layer to build that consumer confidence. And I want to thank my colleagues for helping through that process.
Oh, well, yeah, it was one of those few instances. Tour Care program, by the way, you can find out about that by visiting either the Cato USTOA or ETOA websites. It's a customer reassurance campaign. I do feel, if I may step out of my role from being chairman, that it's great to talk about things like Tour Care and trying to make tourism COVID secure as much as possible. It's great that we're talking about rapid testing at airports. But when we discuss these things, we're focusing on the things that people fear. And the balance that people have to do in order to travel, in my opinion, is that they've got to think that the experience on offer is worth the risk. And this balance of experience and risk is something that takes place throughout the travel history. I mean, we were looking at this with the terrorism scares. We've been looking at this with health scares in the past. And what we need to do is boost up the value of the experience, because trying to minimize risk focuses on risk. And we've just got to find a different narrative, in my opinion. But insofar as people are worried, we've got to answer those worries. There's no doubt in my mind. So I think the initiatives that are taking place are good, they're justified, they're right, but they're not going to solve the problem. We've got to get the idea that coming to Europe from ETOA view, coming to Europe is an unmissable opportunity in 2021. You will never see a continent so free, so open, so welcoming, so competitively priced, and so devoid of other people, as you will in Europe in 2021. It will be the ultimate experience. But this is this is for broadcast when there's some scope of demand flooding back into the market, and we're away from that at the moment.
One thing to kick in there, Tom, if I may. Part of the survey that we did, which was a minimum of 2,000 people per market, there was 5 markets involved. So it was a strong, robust study. And they were asked, what will make you travel again? Or paraphrasing, what will make you travel again? And the questions were, if the economy has returned, a vaccine has been found. I can't remember the third one, sorry. And the fourth one was, or the country restrictions on going in and coming out have been lifted. And overwhelmingly, the number one answer, I think like 65%, were government restrictions being lifted. So there's a confidence beyond a vaccine. So there is a positive thing there. They literally say, let us travel and we will travel. Remove those restrictions and we will travel. We don't have to wait for the economy to come back to where it was. We don't have to wait for a vaccine to be found. Let us travel and we'll travel. So there's some positivity said with that.
Well, look, well, on that note, I'm just going to launch a poll for those people watching, and you're going to see the screen disappear, and you're going to see a question pop up. And we're just saying that thinking about traveller sentiment and European product development, which of the following do you agree with? I'd be really grateful if you just click one of these. Travellers will be looking for less crowded destinations. Travel recovery will be domestic neighbouring destinations. Operators will offer new normal programs, and operators will offer new destinations and attractions. You will notice that these options, and I think you can click more than, oh, you can only select one, I do beg your pardon. Choose the one you agree with. While you're looking at that, and I will close this poll in roughly 1 minute, I'd just like to ask Brett, which one of these would you plump for if you were being, well, as you are being presented with this question? Which do you think is the most obvious answer?
All of them, but choosing one, I think my knee-jerk reaction, Tom, would be looking for less crowded locations.
That's interesting. And why do you say that? You just simply because they're going to be frightened of crowds?
Yeah, it's top of mind. I'm not sure it's the most important consideration, and that's why I mentioned my knee-jerk reaction. But I think the one thing that a lot of people are fearful of right now is any crowding. And we've been conditioned to being 2 meters apart, 3 feet, 4 feet, whatever it is. And the idea of lineups or queues are people don't want to do that. And I think that's why we're seeing more and more timed entries. I think that will be a factor of any group experience in the future. So I would say less crowded.
So this is not the year to sell Pamplona as a feature. Terry, what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I concur with Brett. It reminds me of this country western singing group here in the States, previously called Dixie Chicks. However, they've dropped Dixie because of what's going on. The Chicks had a song years ago called Wide Open Spaces, and it was extremely popular here in the States. And I think that is going to resonate. They're going to want to have space. They're going to want to have nature, be outdoors, and less crowded locations certainly fits that bill. I mean, all of these I think are relevant and will resonate. But I would concur with Brett.
And Justin, what's your opinion on this? Hello?
Yeah, for some reason I can't see the screen, so I'm going to agree with my two colleagues.
Okay, that's kind of the answer. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the poll because a lot of people have voted, and I will tell you as I close it that the overwhelming, well, the winner is that travellers will be looking for less crowded locations, with 45% of people agreeing with that, and 37% agree that travel recovery will be domestic or neighbouring destinations. The third question comes third in the list, with 14% think that operators will offer new normal programs, and 3% think that operators will offer new destinations and attractions. I'm going to close this poll. We can get back to the screen. Thank you. At new normal destinations, do you think tour operators will be offering different products? Do you? I'm just intrigued. Terry, what's your take on this?
Well, I think that they will. And I'm going to go back to a point I made earlier about meaningful travel, and also, you know, will sustainability factor into how products are being developed? I think it's certainly become more critical now than ever. So I believe there will be new programs, new ways of showing a destination that maybe we hadn't thought of. Maybe over the years, we kind of get stuck in a rut and we offer a very similar program. But I think our members are certainly well aware that we want to do what's right for the destination and for the consumer. And that means we've got to try new things. So,
and that very much fits in with the USDA Tourism Cares initiative and all the things that you strive for, I suppose.
Yeah.
So it's not so much the bucket list, it's more or less how the bucket list is decorated with other criteria. I mean, Brett, do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I do. And I think this trend was coming anyway. I think the pandemic has expedited a growing trend, not only for new types of travel, similar to, well, it could be small group, but also kind of off Main Street. You know, we can still go to many of the same destinations, but we all won't go to the same place. And a perfect example of that, Tom, I mentioned on a call recently that I just got back from Banff, Alberta, which many on the call have probably heard of. And Banff is doing a very interesting exercise trying to get people to visit locations off the main street. And so it can accommodate a lot of people, but it's not going to accommodate everyone in the same way. I definitely think that we will, again, putting on my tour operator hat, I think the days of having a group dinner or group meal is going to change to more or less go as you please. There may be certain locations which are included, but people can choose to go where and when they want. So I just think that this was it may be a sea change now. It was happening anyway, and I think it's going to benefit everyone.
Justin.
Yeah, absolutely agree. The only thing I'd sort of preface it with is there's a sub opportunity for those that are prepared to or are able to move now. I mean, the whole see Rome or see Santorini without the crowds, you'll never get a chance to do this again. There is an opportunity for those honeypots or the tied interested ones to really capitalize on the fact that, like, you know, you'll never ever be able to experience these cities again with the luxury of no other tourists, basically. But there is an opportunity there in the short term.
It's one of the ironies of our industry is that tourists don't like other tourists. It's if we could solve that little conundrum, we'd be happy. There are instances, incidentally, where the opposite is the case. Famously, Visit Wales did a tourism campaign where they focused on the deserted beaches of Wales and showed these pictures of these completely wide open, empty spaces. And everybody assumed there was something wrong. So it doesn't always work, is my appeal. If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the next poll. This is very useful for our research data. It's just simply another question, which is, have you noticed changing product interests and requirements from clients? So it's there to back up the discussion we just had. Have you noticed changing product interest requirements from clients? Choose just one of these. No change. Clients are seeking new health and safety assurances. Are they? I mean, it would be really good to know. Clients are seeking different products, destinations. Clients are seeking products away from cities. Clients are more interested in small groups or FIT. Just pick one of those, please, and I'll close it in 1 minute because we've got a few more things to cover. Tell me, is there, can I go back to just a more specific, not a coronavirus related question, just to break free of it for a few minutes. Brett, is there anything specific that you think Canadian tourists look for when they're looking for a European vacation, as distinct from the United States? Is there any sort of differentiation in that area?
That's a good question, Tom. I'm not sure that there is anything too different. Obviously, Canadians may have slightly different travel preferences in terms of where they want to go, but in terms of any sort of driving, anything that might drive their decision, I think it'd be very, very similar to the U.S. I can't think of anything offhand.
No, that's good. And do you perceive any differential, Terry? I mean, the answer could be no, but I'd be fascinated if there was.
Yeah, Tom, I'm not aware of anything significantly different, so I really don't have much insight to offer you there.
Well, look, I'm gonna close the poll, and then the short answer is on this poll is that the overwhelming winner in terms of what the people watching this webinar has said is that 41% of you think that clients are more interested in small groups. There's a definite drift in that direction. That's hotly followed by no change, or it's too early to say. 3% think that clients are seeking different products and destinations. So that's the loser. 16% think that clients are seeking products away from cities, and 12% thinks that clients are seeking new health and safety assurances. So that actually broadly brings out the point that Justin was making, the other two are alluding to, which is health and safety assurances are there and they have to be made, but they're really interested in going and they're just blocked by the way in which governments are behaving. All right, I'm going to formally close this and we can go back to the screen. How can we, this is a sort of political lobbying question to both Brett and Terry, how can we shift this discussion? One of the problems we've got here in Europe is to do with not the poor status of tourism in Europe. It's just that it's the most easily sacrificed thing from a governmental point of view. And I dare say in North America, you have exactly the same problem. One of the first things that they think is almost an easy victim is outbound travel. And they go, well, hey, that's not going to affect us. So let's make that difficult almost. Do you think that's the case? Is there any way of turning it around? Terry, I mean, I know you have lobbyists working for you in Washington.
Yes. I think it's in this current climate and with this administration, the easy answer is no. Doesn't mean that we have stopped as an industry. You know, we work closely with the U.S. Travel Association in DC, along with our lobbying firm, and we have a call virtually every day about, you know, what's going on the Hill, how that impacts our members and our stakeholders, and we are trying always to have consistent talking points, but it's just an ongoing process. We will never get over the ultimate hurdle because, you know, the House will change every 2 years. So there's always a new class of, you know, representatives that we have to make sure they understand the value of the industry. So I think it's something that you have to be very persistent with. Will we ever get to a place where we would like to be? Not in the near term.
Right. Brett.
Well, I think Canada might be a little bit unique in that it is, unlike the United States and unlike the European Union, it is a very, very small market. We have 37 million people. We reside in the Northern Hemisphere. We have a Canadian winter about to land on us. The domestic market is, all but done. Canadians are not traveling too much within Canada other than to visit friends and family, perhaps in a given winter. Where do they go? They're going to Florida. Typically, they're going to Europe. They're going to Portugal. They're going to all kinds of winter destinations. We're not going to see that in the short term, but every government around the world is spending far, far too much money, and they're running out of it. And I think, again, the situation in Canada is that it will be impossible to invigorate this industry without outbound travel. And if the government doesn't do something soon, we're going to see companies fail. The stimulus programs alone cannot keep companies going on forever. So I'm very optimistic that we're reaching a point, an apex, if you will, a brink, at which in the next month or 2 or 3, hopefully, things could change, right, health-wise. But I'm optimistic that the government is going to have to begin to make some concessions and just live with an imperfect solution. We're never going to have, as Terry mentioned, there's no perfect solution here. We have to just figure out which is the best imperfect solution, and taking every measure we can to live with that. I'm hopeful that we're going to see some progress in the coming weeks.
Justin, do you have an angle on that? You're on mute again, I'm afraid.
I was going to say Brett and Terry are much closer to the grind in terms of the outbound mechanism. I could talk more about it from an inbound point of view. How countries would invest more and are starting to invest more in getting people to come to their destination. But in terms of propping up stimulus packages for Canadians going outbound or Americans going outbound, Brett and Terry know way more about that than I do.
I know all I would say on this, and it's a long expressed frustration in the travel industry and indeed amongst travel associations that we always appear to be the victims in these circumstances, is that both Canada and the United States do have heads of state with vested interests in the tourism industry. Famously, the United States has a president with extensive interests in hotels and resorts, and Canada has a head of state with extensive attractions, admittedly inside the UK, but she's got skin in the game. But even then, it doesn't seem to make too much difference. We've got questions coming in from our. Sorry, Terry, you're about to say something.
I was just going to ask you a question, actually. And the question is about reciprocity between our respective governments. And how big of a role do you think that will play? Because I think you had shared with me on a call some time ago about when Trump made the announcement that he was closing borders, or our borders, that Germany and Italy were really pissed off. They weren't given a heads up or asked for any channel of input. So will that play into this? Is it going to take us first to open a border before we're going to be allowed over to Europe?
Look, borders are being closed not for, my reaction is that borders are not being closed because of real scientific advice. There's no doubt that this pandemic was caused by people traveling. We have to admit that. But it is what it says on the tin. It's a pandemic. It's everywhere. And it's not exacerbated by people traveling now. They're closing borders because they can, and it's something that they need to be seen to be doing. And when they're in that kind of mood, asking for reason, rationality, and reciprocity, this isn't on the agenda. It's to do with the cephalogical charts. It's to do with what do their focus groups say they want their governments to be seen to be doing. And that's the market, that's the environment we're in at the moment. Yes, we can scream, and we do scream. If it's any consolation within Europe, the European Commission is screaming blue murder at the individual nation states within Europe to open up and coordinate their measures. but the nation states within Europe are naturally, this is what politicians do, catering to their audience. And their audience, if their audience think they need to hang tough, the politicians will hang tough on that front. And travel can go and dance as far as they're concerned. Look, I've got some questions coming in from our audience. Someone has just said, should we campaign for airport testing upon arrival instead of quarantine to help build customer confidence? I think the answer is actually in the question, but it's a question, so she'd like an answer from all of us. Do you think that would be a good idea, Brett? Testing on arrival.
Well, I as a traveler would be a little bit reluctant to get on a flight to travel to Europe to be tested on arrival and told I can't enter. I think the testing has to be done before departure. That's my quick take on it.
Terry?
I absolutely agree. There's too much risk involved by showing up in a country and then being told that you have a positive test, and then what do they do? You stay 14 days in a hotel room. So it needs to be done in advance of travel.
I think you're right. Sorry, this is me saying, agreeing with you, Justin. Would you agree with those sentiments?
Yeah, I mean, Cyprus and Abu Dhabi are two examples of where you have to have a negative test to even get on the plane or get in the car, as it were, if you're driving from Dubai to Abu Dhabi. It's the best way before you go.
I've never heard Cyprus twinned with Abu Dhabi before, but now it's going to be
very similar in many ways.
Right, we've got one more polling question, which is the crucial one, and I'm just trying to choose. The third one is, thinking about the recovery, when do you think the first significant wave of visitors will arrive in Europe? 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'll launch that, and why don't I ask the panelists this question, because we're going to find out what the audience think any second. Brett, when do you think this is going to happen?
Well, if it doesn't happen in 2021, we're all in trouble, Tom. I think it depends, whatever a wave means, it has to happen in 2021. Again, with my corporate hat on and not so much a Cato hat, but I can tell you my opinion would be shared by Cato. Things are looking very good from June onward currently. Assuming all things stay relatively the same, I think we're going to see the first wave, beginning of the first wave, sometime around June next year.
Okay, Terry.
I totally agree with Brett. I'll go back to the survey results that we have done of our members, and clearly it's showing that May, June is when we see the greatest uptick. And again, if everything stays relatively normal and we can start traveling, it'll be mid-year next year.
Right. Justin?
Bear in mind, I was famously quoted as saying back in the beginning of March, this will all be done and dusted by the beginning of April. I'm probably a bit too optimistic, but I'm going to go 2021, have to.
Right, okay. And the poll, for what it's worth, the winner on the poll with 54%, or 53% as I speak now, some people are still voting, is 2022. But a close second at 41% is 2021. So the audience is slightly more pessimistic than the panelists. I tend to, for what it's worth, agree with the panelists. I think 2021, second half, we'll see some action. I think there is everything to be said for some form of virus cutting in late in Q2 and the industry getting going in Q3 and Q4 of 2021. But 2022, we hope, is the period for recovery. Some quick notices very fast. I'm delighted that we have both USTOA and Cato here. They're cooperating and very kindly extending invitations to our global European marketplace, which is taking place on October the 30th. And Cato members and USTOA members are taking part in this event. If anybody wants to take part in the event and they haven't registered yet, We have 200 tour operators already registered. So do join us. You can find the link very easily on our website. I hope this is the beginning of a really important period of cooperation between the three associations. It's at moments like these, moments when clients are thin on the ground, that tour operators, intermediaries add value. We sometimes know that destinations and certain attractions and suppliers don't look at us too kindly in a high season. There is no high season at the moment. We are here to deliver business to people just when business is wanted. So I think this should be a golden period for intermediaries and those people doing business with them. Now is the chance to talk. Now is the chance to plot the recovery in 2021. And the business, of course, being discussed in all our events at USTOA and ETOA will be focusing on 2022, because that's the planning window we're now looking at. So the recovery starts here. I would just like to stress that the Catalonia workshop, which this webinar is taking place in the midst of an online workshop focusing on Catalonia, will start within the next 4 minutes. It's really up to me just to say thank you and just check if anybody wishes to say anything extra. Brett, do you want to say anything in particular now? You're on mute.
Sorry, just to thank you, Tom, very much for the invitation, being here today. Much appreciated.
Terry?
Yeah, I would just say I personally am trying not to use the R word, which is recovery, because I feel that that implies that we're going to go back to what we had. And we'll never go back to what we had. We need to reimagine right now the future. And so I try not to say the R word.
Okay. Suitably visionary. Thank you. Justin, you can say goodbye if you want.
Yeah, I was going to say goodbye. I was also going to apologise to the rest of Europe for not including them in all the stats. And as a confirmed Europhile, I feel incredibly embarrassed about that. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, my panelists, for being there. We'll be doing more of this, I hope, next week. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona a place to be free. From Gracia to Clot, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona. cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, oh maybe smiles and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that the day is going well for all of you. I know it's exhausting and you'll probably be very tired at the end of the day, but as I said this morning, I think it can be very productive, and the experience we've had so far with the online events has been really positive. So fingers crossed, and no more technical issues, thankfully. I hope you've enjoyed the two seminars or webinars, whatever way you want to refer to them. In the moments we're living, obviously, we need to come up with solutions, not only ideas, but also ways of putting in practice these ideas. And what I can tell and what we are seeing so far is that people are really keen on developing good ideas and helping make them happen. So let's see. I think we're moving in the right direction. As I was telling you earlier today, we are walking towards recovery, no doubt about that. And hopefully it will happen sooner than later. I'm really optimistic about the year 2021, as I also mentioned in my welcome speech earlier today. And well, what can I say? I mean, we're all in the same boat, and it's going to be with all of us, with all your help, whether you're a buyer or a supplier in these sort of events, that the industry will move forward and face a new reality, what I like to call the normal life brought back to us. And hopefully it will happen at the beginning of next year. I will see you later. I will see you at the end of the day again, and I really hope you have a positive afternoon and a bunch of great meetings. See you later.
cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, oh maybe flowers and creative lives. A community built with smile and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, or maybe
appointments have been successful so far. I know you probably are reaching the no way back point where you are really exhausted, but we're nearly there. I also hope that you've enjoyed the webinars and that you could access both of them and enjoy the discussions. I myself thought that they were quite interesting, and with the panelists we've had, I mean, you know, as I said earlier today, we have to walk all together towards recovery, and a great part of that success comes from all of you, whether you're buyers or suppliers. As you know, there is another session that is going to start in a few minutes, and then there'll be another break, and then the day will be over, and I will see you then again. As you may have noticed, this is not a recorded message. I'm live and happy to be here with all of you. What can I say? I mean, we've been working today in our coronavirus hub. If you're not familiar with our webpage, there are some sections that are obviously accessible only for associates, but in general, we try to have as much information as possible that can be of any help. And the coronavirus hub has a lot of information that could be interesting. We're doing a lot of PR and lobbying at European Union level and national level and regional level even for urgent financial support, and also to find out about the latest measures taken in every part of the continent, the world even. We also are truly engaged with the industry and try to gather as much information and resources as possible. Please feel free to check that information if you're a member. And if you're not, this is another of the greatest advantages that we offer. So come and join us. We will be very happy to welcome you. In the meantime, enjoy this session, and I will see you in less than an hour, probably. Yeah, about 45 minutes to 50. Good luck. See you later. Thanks.
Trying to fulfill my dreams, looking for answers, a landscape full of meaning. I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Club, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sound, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe thinkers and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, cultures and creative lives. A community built with smile and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona.
Hello again. I hope everyone is doing well. Just one more push and the day will be through. And hopefully, as I said earlier to all of you, successfully through with lots of contacts and possible businesses line up for each one of you. We really hope so, and especially because the importance of Catalonia as a region, not only in Spain but in Europe, is remarkably grown during the past decade. It's been a steady growth since the Olympics in 1992, but obviously we have to focus in the last 10 years or so. The crisis, of course, has affected and the nearby tourism like that comes from southern France and other parts of Spain and Portugal has also been affected. But we really hope that this will help to ease things down and get us all on the right path towards that desired recovery. Excuse me. We're all hoping will happen sooner than later. Looking at the list of attendees, I can see that there is a huge variety of companies and DMCs, and also obviously buyers. And I think that's the right way. Many times we speak about the collaboration between the public and private sector, but it is also obviously that has to happen, and especially these days, if we want to drive tourism towards a sustainable and more enjoyable one from an over-tourism and product diversification point of view. But needless to say, the private collaboration, which is in the end doing business together, is obviously what's driving this industry towards a very, very important position, not only in Spain, but also throughout the world and obviously in Europe. Good luck with the rest of the season. And I will see you at 6 o'clock for a final farewell and good luck with this round of appointments. See you later.
Full of meaning, I saw a light at the end of the way. I flew to Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong, she's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona a place to be free. From Gracia to Clotco, and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach, waiting cultures and creative lives. A community built with small and open arms. A Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds. And the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, oh maybe Barcelona and knew I had to stay. She's so kind and strong. She's ancient but young, and she plays to the beat of a magical song. Below the mountains and close to the sea, I found Barcelona, a place to be free. From Gracia to Club, going up to Madrid, I found Barcelona, and it's the place to be. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe she found me. I met different cultures and creative lives, a community built with small and open arms, a Mediterranean's powerful force. I'm here in Barcelona, a house with open doors. She fills afternoons with warm colors and sounds, and the night always shines in this welcoming town. Lost in the city, we met in a bar. From here down below, we gaze up at the stars. We lay on the beach waiting for the sunrise. I found Barcelona, a golden surprise. I found Barcelona, I found Barcelona, or maybe
Well, hello again, everyone. We made it through. Finally, the day is over, and I know we're all tired and pretty much ready to go and do something else instead of listening to what I have to say. I understand that. I wanted to thank you all in the first place for being here, for attending this workshop. Circumstances and this crisis has forced ETOA has forced us to start preparing events online. I mean, anyone would have thought a year ago that this wasn't something in the agenda for the future, for the near future, especially. Now we are sort of becoming experts. And when I say that, I mean we put all our effort and dedication to getting these events go as smoothly as possible and being as productive as one could expect, being a supplier or a buyer. And so thank you very much for participating. And I know you've been using the chat that I mentioned earlier today, this morning, many hours ago. And we really hope to see you around and to have you join another or various of our events. The next one, as you probably know, is what we call GEM, Global European Marketplace, which is for members only, but is probably one of the most successful B2B workshops that are celebrated in the world, I could say. This year is going to be online as everything else. And as far as I know, it'll be up to 15,000 meetings in one day, over 800 attendees. And as we usually say, year after year, attending GEM is probably one of the most important advantages of being a member of ETOA. At your total disposal, in case you have questions or doubts, as any other of my colleagues from ETOA. And as I said, I mean, it's been a real pleasure to host you all day long, and hoping that the workshop is being very successful professionally for you, and also from a personal perspective, because you always meet interesting and nice people in these events. I say farewell to all of you, wishing you a great evening, and hoping to see you again in person, if possible, but if not, online in the near future. So take good care of yourselves, be optimistic towards the future, because I think we ought to be optimistic, and see you around. Thank you very much, and stay safe. Bye.